Good evening, everyone. Hope you are well today. I am doing awesome, all things considered. Um, yeah, streaming on a Sunday. I know this is weird. I don't stream on Sundays generally. But because I missed the 2 days of early access that I did, the Saturday and Sunday early access, or the Friday of early access when I meant to stream, and then I missed the Tuesday of full release day when I meant to stream because I was just kind of wiped out and stressed out about my spec guide videos. I've decided that today, because I don't have my son, and I'm kind of gonna take it slow this week on content outside of, since all my dungeon guide videos are done, my main spec guide videos are done. I may do a monk one here in the next week or two, but like this week, I want to take time to focus on some other content. I've got a couple of music reaction videos I'll record tonight after stream. I'm helping out a friend of mine with some things with her content as well. And just looking to kind of work on some other projects that I've had sitting in the works. Like I need to get to work on my 2D model and things like that. So I am just looking this week to just kind of have the closest thing to a chill week that I can. And going from there. and we will see what we can do. So let us swap over. We're level 85 with the monk. We are in the Void Storm. I'm trying the kind of new, I guess it's not new, but it's kind of the thing that was discovered with leveling where you do all the zone stories on your alts and then do the delves, but don't turn in the quests until you're done with the complete midnight story. So I have Void Storm, Haranir, and Erator's Journey still to go. So I have all of that, and I'm at 85 with this 10% boost now that I have through 290s. So we're just gonna kind of be chill and cozy and ride along with that as we go. And then we'll do all the normal, get the character through. I technically speaking do have 90s that I could do on like my that I can apply to my evoker still, but that character is like they say, it's my alt. So I'm not really going for like a heavy push into gearing that character because I know it's kind of already there, and I'll be doing a weekly key on it every week once the season starts and stuff like that. And so oh, you actually keep your mount through the portal. That's weird. But oh. The big thing is that I kind of still can't believe I'm back playing this fucking class because... Oh. Bullshit. Okay, whatever. Because, like, one of the big reasons I abandoned it in Season 3 of The War Within is I just got completely burnt out on it. And my intention was to, like, level it to 90 and then be done with it and leave it alone for this entire expansion. The earliest I was thinking I would come back to this class would be the Last Titan. But then I prepped it for the one Mage Tower challenge for Windwalker. And I played through it, and, like, I kind of really dig the new, I guess, speed of Windwalker. Because, like, one of the things that really frustrated me about Windwalker is I always felt like I always have to be doing something. And... you know, if you missed... And there are a lot of minor interactions and stuff with Windwalker that was, like, really annoying, too. And then, obviously, you had things like Storm, Earth, and Fire. You have the Slicing Winds bullshit. You kind of have Jade Fire Stomp, but it's in a much less annoying way right now. But, like, there was all sorts of these things that just kind of annoyed me, that where if you messed one up, you just lost so much damage, like Windwalker. And in a way, it still is, because as long as it's... as long as it's as long as its mastery is what it is, it's going to be a situation where the spec will always punish you when you misplay it. And because it'll always be a spec that will punish you severely when you misplay it, It's because it takes like 6 GCDs of proper play in order to avoid or to get kind of back ramped up back to your max damage because of hit combo and a little bit because of combo strikes. But because hit combo exists right here, you're getting an additional 5% damage when you fully stack it. It takes 5 to 6 GCDs for you to get kind of back online. And because of that, like, Windwalker always like severely punishes people that don't play it correctly if you accidentally repeat an ability and such like that. Which is why you'll see like Windwalkers going through hell to test things like the rushing wind kick here. Does that, you know, like I asked the question, or I guess a couple of streams ago at this point, where I was like, if I use rushing wind kick and then use a rising sun kick, does it break my hit combo? And the answer is actually no. I just tested it and found out that it, in fact, does not impact the spec at all. But one of the things that like people aren't really thinking about you know, but it's because like if like for example on Devour Demon Hunter, if I misplay the rotation on that spec, like it's kind of whatever. You know, because I mean the mastery is so completely passive that it doesn't matter. You know, because the passive is just extra cosmic damage. Like, sure, whatever. Like everyone and their dog can do that. Like your mastery doesn't matter as much as a result. You know, and there were more interactive masteries in the past. Like paladins used to have, you know, one where their mastery was their spenders would hit harder after they used judgment. And, you know, that unfortunately limited their gameplay, but it made the mastery something that you had to really think about in order to get the most out of the spec. And over time, they've really done away. Whoops, wasn't paying attention. Should have Fort Brood. But over time, they have taken away so that mastery in almost every sense of the word is they're all completely passive buffs. You know, like I think about the specs that I play. You know, Devastation Evoker, it's your mastery is, you know, a very simple, just like more health, more Zug Zug. You know, Augmentation, it's, you know, very passive with your buffs, you know, providing more with intellect and things like that. Preservation Evoker, it's, you know, there's a little bit of gameplay with it, but it's really just like, but the reality of it is it's like when you know, you're at higher health than your target, you do more healing. And when you're at higher health than the person that you're healing. So you always want to keep yourself topped off and then go from there. So like there's a little bit of gameplay with that, but the reality is you're not thinking about that. It's not fundamentally altering how you play your spec. And if you heal someone that's higher health than you, the only thing that really happens is that you made a bad what the fuck? YouTube Premium. Hell no. Hell no. There we go. Should have known when I clicked on that video and it had ads that I was going to be screwed. But, But like, the only thing that happens is you make a bad healing decision, and the heal that you throw on that person isn't nearly as big uh as it would be like if you shit out something here in a second. There it is. And then you look at Demon Hunter, obviously Devour is just extra cosmic damage. For Havoc, it's just extra chaos damage, and you gain movement based on your mastery. And then for Havoc, or for Vengeance, like, I think it's more like your parry is more when you have Demon Spikes up, plus you get some attack power. It's like Demon Hunter Vengeance doesn't really care about their mastery, which is kind of funny to me. Oh shit, didn't realize we were that close to 86. But like, none of those specs are really all that interactive. Like, I'm even thinking about Windwalk, or Brewmaster. It's just your elusive brawler stacks. Mistweaver, your Gust of Mist do more healing. Fury Warrior, it's when your Enrage is up, you will do more damage. Arms, it's your Juggernaut procs. Like, it's like none of it is stuff that is like, it's none of it you have to think about. Whereas Windwalker is like one of the only masteries in the game that you're actively thinking about the entire time, and it makes it really unique. And it makes it, I think, in some ways, cool to play. But at the same time, they've never figured out a way to make it so that it is not uniquely punishing in a way that no other spec receives. Because like every other spec, like, yeah, there's some, I won't say every other, but most other specs, there are things that, like, if you mess up the rotation, then you lose a little bit of damage, but you're not like, you can get right back in the rhythm pretty quickly and work your way back there. Whereas Windwalker, like I said, you take 5 to 6 GCDs just to get back up to your full peak effectiveness. And so it is so like punishing in that regard that I think it's kind of weird. And maybe that's not even the mastery, maybe that's just the hit combo thing. But they kind of insist on pushing that talent, and it's always a mandatory talent pick. Which makes it like one of those things where you kind of don't have much in the way of choice. And so you're always kind of set up to be punished. So I would love for them to maybe look at that talent. I don't know if it's something that needs to be... Sorry, I was just clearing up something in guild chat. Someone's making a swap last minute for our raid roster. Or has been thinking about it rather. I didn't realize we got all three. That I thought I still needed to kill all those guys. Apparently, randomly tagging other things helped. My ears itching. Ears itching, itching, itching. Oh, I forgot to open this. Just checking with the folks on the YouTube chat side. Well. Oh, there we go. Our streamer bot. I use this as a way to keep up with the YouTube chat and still able to see like any redeems or anything like that that happen.
Lathraxian, give up this foolishness. We have already won.
You put all of Silvermoon in danger. This isn't worth the risk. There seem to be a few pieces missing. We have to find them if we're going to stop Lathraxian.
Oops. Also, I love how, like, people are leveling alts and then finding, like, these new shiny toys that they want to play instead. I'm ahead of the curve. I found my new shiny toy at the end of, War Within. Zandy, the 30 stream streak. Holy crap, dude. A month worth of streams that you've been in, and every single one. I do appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Dude, these guys are DPSing like crazy. Hell yeah, dog. I probably need to update my cooldown manager on this character for my buffs and see if I can track hit combo down here. So I kind of always know when I have it. Oh, fun fact. I had to block a guy on my YouTube channel because he was like saying, "Oh, his rotation section on his Devour Demon Hunter guide was like completely wrong." I was like, "Okay, well enlighten me. Tell me what you have learned that makes you that makes you some sort of authority on it." And he was just like, he couldn't do that, and instead decided to come after me. Like, I mean, I don't care if people come after me personally, mostly nowadays. Like, I kind of inspected something like that would happen when I read his first comment. They basically tried to call me an idiot and worthless as a YouTube creator because I, basically laid out a Devour Demon Hunter rotation that was pulled straight from Wowhead and approved by, like, all the high-level people that are quote-unquote high-level. I mean, no one's a high-level Demon Hunter yet because no one's officially played the thing at a high level yet. But, but when he decided to bring the rest of my family into it, yeah, I deleted all of his comments and reported him and blocked him and stuff like that. So that was fun. That was something that happened this weekend. Other than my kid's birthday, which was the most important thing that happened this weekend. You get chain feared. Bruh. Should have screenshotted his comment and put it in made like a channel in my Discord for insane comments to be posting on someone that's just trying to like help and share knowledge. And I believe I even say in my guides, like, these are not these are not like the definitive 100% best min-max thing that you should be doing. Like, they're all intended just as like a functional starting point. Like, I tell people all the time, like, I want you to take my guides, and then as you explore and learn fights and do that thing that's really cool called thinking for yourself, if the stuff that you're doing diverges from the guide that I have, then I'm very complimentary of that. Like, I want that to be the case because my guide is not meant to be the definitive, like, here's what the Race to World First players will be doing, because one, I'm not a Race to World First player, so I'm not going to sit there and tell you what I think those people should, what these guys are going to be doing, because they just play the game on a very different thought process than the rest of us do. But, like, I'm pretty open about the fact that I'm not like a Hall of Fame player. I'm just here to kind of give people guidance on what they need to do to get started. And if that means that, is my guide the perfect min-max thing? No. And I don't expect it to be. I kind of don't want it to be, frankly. Because that's not who I'm targeting. I mean, like, let's be real. If you're someone that raids at a higher level than me, why in the fuck are you coming to me for guides? Like, Like, seriously, why? What do I provide to you at your level of play that is so invaluable that you think it's worth listening to someone that doesn't even do content at the level that you do it at? You know, and I know that's not universally true. There's some really, really, really smart people that play the game and, you know, because of other life conditions, don't actually have the means to necessarily do Hall of Fame cutting edge rating. You know, for a variety of reasons. You know, life, work, stress, family. They just really like the guild they're in. Whatever the case may be. But I kind of don't see it that way. I'm not going to listen. For me personally, if I'm going to, you know, like, for example, for Fire Mage, you know, it's a class I'm in a level mage. And, you know, I'll play Fire, I'm going to play Frost. I'm not going to go to some heroic AOTC only. Like, that's the highest level of gear that they achieve. Because the things that they will experience will never even be on like the same level of what I'm achieving. Like, if their goal is to do a weekly 10, you know, you get your 2,500 for KSH, and then you do your weekly 10s after that or whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh, that person knows the environment that I operate in. And, you know, oh, they've never stepped foot in a mythic raid. They've never... They've never done a key above a 10. I should listen to them about how to play this class. Because, like, the reality is the needs of a spec at a 10 key versus the needs of a spec at a 14, 15, which is, you know, the highest keys that I've done. You know, again, not even necessarily quote unquote that high. I mean, they're high keys, but they're not like, you know, I'm never getting title doing all 15s. And that's okay. I have no desire to push Mythic Plus to that level. You know, I want to get my 3Ks every year and, you know, push myself to, you know, resilient 15s, maybe even resilient 16s. But if, you know, if I sit at 3,200 every season, I'm still more accomplished in Mythic Plus than 99% of WoW players. And that rankles people because they don't want to hear that. But the truth is that if you get 3K, you're in 2% of the WoW player base that does a Mythic Plus key every season. You are not a casual Mythic Pluser at that point. You may not be a hardcore Mythic Pluser, but you're not a casual. And so it kind of falls into that mid-core, that nebulous mid-core definition. And so to me, if you're someone that's pushing 3K and you're wanting to do that, like, you experience a little bit of a different game mode than someone that does a weekly 10 does. Because you have, you know, no affixes and stuff like that. Like, the things that you experience just don't line up with that person that does a weekly 10. So why should I listen to that person's opinion on it? I mean, yeah, they might have a ton of experience, but, like, you know, and there are people that, like, as I get to know them, I begin to trust their opinions more. But, like, again, my stuff is intended for people that are, like, I'm playing this spec for the first time, or in Devour Demon Hunter, everyone's kind of playing it for the first time. We're all still learning, and there's gonna be things, even as detailed as the Devour Demon Hunter the early Devour Demon Hunter community has been. There are still gonna be things that all of a sudden, 8 weeks into the season, when Hall of Fame's closed, there's gonna be this random interaction that someone finds that's gonna fundamentally alter how we play spec or something like that, or class tuning is going to make it so that this talent is now really good, or this hero talent's really bad, and like things are going to fundamentally change the whole time. So to sit there and be mad about someone that's like you're gimping their damage, yeah, in a way it's not meant to be malicious, but I'm trying to give you the simplest form of the rotation so that you can get the basics down. And that's what my guides are always intended to be. They're intended to be about the basics. Because if someone tried to sit down with me over the last couple seasons and be like, all right, in order to effectively play mage, you have to sit there at a target dummy for 6 hours and just combustion and do nothing but your combustion windows, because nothing else matters except your combustion windows. And then they explain all the little interactions that happen during your combustion windows. As someone that's playing the spec more as a curiosity than as a desire for playing it competitively, I find that really like a huge turnoff. Like a really massive turnoff. And so, because I find that stuff a turnoff, and it's one of the big reasons I left mage. Like, I'm one of the few people, like, it's really funny. Hardcore mage players have been very upset with how mage plays right now. Like, that's the understanding that I have across the board, is that for the most part, they don't like the way that mage plays. But, as someone that is much more casual about playing mage, these mage changes have reinvigorated my desire to even want to try the class out, let alone obviously I have no interest in playing it on a more in-depth level, but like mage was one of those classes that like I could always play it for like a week or two and then I would bounce off of it, because like it just felt like anytime you would ask for help, people would send you like this fucking War and Peace novel of how to play the class, and I'm like, I hate that. I just want something that's like, here's what you can do to get started, and you'll be just, you'll be fine at anything that's like not like world first or Hall of Fame level rating or like pushing the highest keys, like, because the reality is that the stuff that I put in my guide that he was bashing, that will actually get you by to 3K. Want to know how I know? Because it got me to 3K. And I experiment, obviously, and I do little things like switch up talents per fight, and I'll experiment with little quirks in the builds and stuff like that. And I try to stay up to date on any changes that are going on and things of that nature, but like, I'm walking proof that my guides on the very least work and they function. And I already know that like by the time my guild is clearing heroic, we're not a week 1 heroic team, we'll clear we'll probably have heroic cleared by like early May, and then spend all of May and whatever time in June, because I expect the first I expect 12.1 to drop in July. So we have July and August to kind of let most people clear it and start to begin the process. And then with BlizzCon being in September, I think that's when they officially announced 12.2. And obviously with the 0.5, 0.7 patches in between. but um, you know, there will have been all sorts of tuning that has come in, making certain talents now better than what they used to be and stuff like that. And that is perfectly fine. Let's hit up the delves before I leave here, because I don't think I've done either of these. I just find it really funny that people are like, this guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Bro, like, nobody really has any fucking clue what they're talking about. Let's be real. We're gonna avoid those guys. Also, why do you care so much? Like, you know, and the thing is, like, I've gotten some good positive comments on that and my other guides. Like, there's a really good conversation going on in my Og Evoker comments on that channel. Someone asking, like, how do I know what I'm doing as well? And I'm like, unfortunately, the support for that is not in game. Like, he was like, what kind of numbers are you doing? And, like, on the Blizzard damage meters, like, I was doing a couple of zeros as Og, and, you know, I was doing, like, 12, 13k DPS, which is, you know, not a good thing. But the problem is they don't have the hooks built in. For augmentation, they don't have them built into their damage meter. So, like, you can't really see what you're doing. Now, Warcraft Logs has developed a really nice template and method for being able to show that. So, like, I had to tell the guy, like, honestly, Aug is still the main spec in the game where you have to consult an outside source in order to know for a fact that you're doing, you know, doing well. Because they just don't have something in place. Built in game, unfortunately, that allow for it. So, like, you know, you have to do that. And then there's also just, like, the idea that, like, when you play a spec like AUG or you play support specs, and I don't know how, because I've never played them in like, FF. So if someone can explain to me this, I'm very open to hearing it, by the way. But I know in, like, at least for the purposes of Oh, I get it. Pull this shit over here. Sorry, I did lock you in for a sec there. But like, yeah, Aug is one of those specs, and maybe, like I said, I hope it's maybe this way in other games. But like, support specs are really interesting because like you're never going to like see the impact that you have as like a number on a meter. Now, I know in Final Fantasy they technically don't have damage meters, although, as is the case with anything pseudo competitive, people have found their workarounds. But you know, but like you will not see, and like the WoW community for so many years has been trained to think, you know, biggest number on the meter means you're doing a good job, which is not always true in and of itself, by the way. Because a number on the meter doesn't tell you, like, oh, you were the one assigned to handle this key interaction of a fight, for example. Yeah, you're not gonna know if, you know, you're not gonna be the number one person on the fight if you're sitting there having to handle the poker chips on One Arm Bandit, or you're the one constantly doing bikes on Vexy, or you're doing you know, when I think about Maniforge Omega, you might be doing an extra kick or two or something like that. Or you're handling orbs on Dimensius platforms, so you're going out of your way to get there, so you're a little bit slower to the platform as a result. You know, whatever the case may be for the quote-unquote reasons that people may appear lower on the meters, like, it's really not that much. That's why I don't judge people strictly on the numbers. At some point, yes, the numbers matter. I'm not naive to that. But I also think what makes like a really good raider is someone that is really consistent. And that may mean, you know, not always necessarily consistent with damage. Like, they don't have to do 25k on every single pull. Like, yes, that is a form of consistency. But they're consistent in their damage, but they're also consistent in how they move. You know, they move kind of in the same pattern every single time. They figure out what that pattern looks like and they work with it every single time. They do things like step up to handle a mechanic. Like, hey, I think I'd be able to handle this really well. You know, and I think that's what makes and I think that's what makes certain people like really good. I mean, oh shit, fucked up my hit combo there. Here we go. We're losing all this damage for the next. But like, I think that's like, I know Max has talked about this with like his group, but he will always like, you know, other than the fact that you quote unquote need a mage for all of your for all your raids, but it's like unless Fired Up does something really really stupid, he's going to be in every single raid comp. And it's, you know, and it could may or may not be because of you know his you know, because of his damage. Like mage just may not be tuned very well for a tier, but you bring one because the arcane and like buff is so damn valuable that you bring it. But he's always going to be the person that they bring it because Max knows that every single raid he knows what he's getting out of Fired Up. There may be times where Fired Up surprises him, and I think we all have that opportunity where like you know, we all have that moment where it's like we do that thing where, you know, we kind of surprise ourselves at times, where sometimes just everything flows right. You get into that zone or that zen and you just go, and like he's still very capable of doing that. But even on a pull that only ends like a minute in, unless he just does something dumb and dies to a mechanic maybe that he shouldn't have because it's his first time dealing with it or whatever, like you always know what you're going to get out of Fired Up. And to me, he happens to also be one of the best DPS mages in the world from a pure damage standpoint, yes. But Max could say that like he could be number 14 on the DPS every single pull, but because his movement and his spatial awareness is so good, you know, unless it was just like unplayably bad, like unless he was just having like he would be there. And that's why I'm like, you know, I've had this conversation with many people where they're like, I'm last on the damage meters, and one of the first things that I ask is, are you doing any other additional jobs? And people find that question a little strange at first because they don't necessarily deem it as important because all they see is that they're 14th on the number chart. And I have to explain to them that it's like, that's not always the case. Like, you're 14th on that number chart because of what reasons? It may not be like, yeah, there's always room to improve on like how well you press your buttons. Even for me. But like, I'm more likely to tell someone like, I'm gonna give you one thing maybe on a press your buttons thing that you have to work on, but if you're doing X, Y, and Z mechanic, if they're always trusting you to do X, Y, Z thing, of course your damage is gonna be lower. You know, and luckily, like, most people are kind of smart about it these days. Or smarter about it these days. Like, on any kill pool that I'm going to participate in, and I'm going to change it a little bit up this time because, like, but if you looked at any of, even our heroic logs, if you looked at our first kills on almost every boss, I am the weakest damage dealer. But I'm also taking on the cognitive load of literally the entire raid. So that they can just react and do things. Now, the truth is, I mean, there are some people in my raid that are, I know for a fact they don't really need me saying anything to them because they're smart enough to, you know, they pick up the dance and stuff like that. And honestly, that's the way that I am. And the way that I see myself is that, like, you know, let's just say I go join like a CE level raid where all of a sudden I'm not raid leading anymore. One of the things I still plan on trying to do is act as if I'm in a position to raid lead, so to speak. Where if they needed me to call this fight, could I do it? Like, could I do it on the fly? And the answer would be, you know, my goal is to make sure that that answer is always yes. You know? And that may not always mean I'm, like, out there making strategy decisions and shit like that. You know? Generally speaking, down the line, I want to get into a position where I'm no longer making strategy decisions and strategy calls, and I get to just kind of shut up and press buttons. You know, I'll contribute what I can, like, hey, I've noticed this. You know, what do we think of that? But for the most part, like, you know, it's going to get to a point where once I start to understand the dance, I will no longer need someone calling that shit for me. Because, I mean, again, I think some of this comes back to the fact that I've been a raid leader for so long that it's there. And like the Dungeon Dojo raids to me that I did when we did like the friendship carries for Heroic Dimensius and stuff like that, like to me that was actually very enlightening as to what I could do, because like I was sitting there going, you know, I was always finishing like between 11th and, you know, 14th or whatever was the bottom number. I was always in like the bottom 3 or 4 people in damage, but no one had any issues with that because, you know, I red led, you know, so everyone knew that I was working with a crutch that no one else in the raid team was working with. You know, but when I did these dojo friendship raids where someone else was calling the fight and I got to just shut up and play the game, you know, on my warrior, my fully geared warrior, when I helped out with that, like I was consistently finishing basically only behind people that were like, the only people that were beating me were the people that were like, I was one at the time I was like 722 or 723 and they were like 728. Like they were full mythic raiders or had full mythic gear and stuff like that. You know, and I was playing a character that basically once the season ended, outside of the few push keys that I did with the group that I did my push keys with, you know, I basically had abandoned that character. I, you know, wasn't even doing weekly keys on it anymore because I was just only at 14. So I would just You know, so it actually was like a huge boost of confidence to me. And I kind of talked to the people that, you know, that ran the things. I was like, you know, I'm just appreciative of the fact that you guys shot called this so that I didn't have to. Sorry, I'm just laughing. I'm in a server that's for one of the ASMR streamers that I'm in, and we're talking about like the benefits of ASMR. And one of the things is someone talks about like ASMR and how it can help you focus. And I just remembered a time where I told one of her mods that I'd had I had 3 ASMR streams up. The game sound from the game that I was playing, which I believe at the time was Marvel Rivals. Plus, I'd finished editing a video and was listening to a little bit of it to make sure that the sound on it was the way that I wanted it. All right, real quick, I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I've been drinking. I'm up to ounce, almost 56 worth of Gatorade today. Plus, I've had. Let's see, how big is this cup? This cup is 32 ounces. I've had 64 ounces of water and 56 ounces of Gatorade. I really have to pee, so I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Hang on, just answering a text message, and then we'll swap back and get back into the game real quick. Hang on. Okay. Check it in. Thanks for the check-ins, and nice. Fucking world quest open up by completing Void Storm. Alright, no, not that. Not that. This. There we go. Professional streamer, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, we'll just do Erator's journey. Fuck it. We'll make a quick stop. See if I can... When I can mill. Let's get some first craft experience going here. We're gonna start here. I probably am making a mistake with this. One. Let's check the other one. This is two. I didn't realize there was... Oh, that actually... It's interesting. Did they add that and I just missed it? I didn't know there was a mailbox there. When a random thing that'll actually be nice if you need to go AFK, just pop on a mount, don't fly, and just put it straight and walk here. It's actually better than you think. Send that to my mage for... We'll sell him for now, because... Whatever. The thing is, here, you gotta fly. But you can walk your ass out to the raid perfectly fine. Oh, are we gonna go deaf here in the Sunwell? No, they hot fixed it. Good, 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 good. Wish they would have just put this on a, I probably should figure out, like, I know half of these characters. Like, I don't know her. I don't know Sage Wind. Army of the Light thing. Captain Faria, same thing. I don't remember this name. Blood Elf. Nope, Torrent. That's the Draenei. Of course, Andoran. Renorthorm. Who the fuck is Valinay? And then, of course, my girl. Boy. You know, I bought me food for tonight. I don't know if I'm actually gonna eat it or not. We'll see. Bro, what? Oh my god, that's right. We gotta fly manually here. Fuck. Alright, Oh boy. That's still actors hanging out over that area. The ebb and hold.
What can we do to help?
With so many defenders called away to the Sunwell, the Scourge almost broke through to the chapel. I've called for assistance from the Ebon Blade, but we could use your help pushing back this latest attack.
I fear if I were stationed here to fight the Scourge, I'd become just like my... I'd fall to rage and wrath. I shouldn't let my doubts get in the way of the defense of this place.
Alright, we're in the eye breaks.
Is this what it means to wield the light? Battle against evil?
I'll say that quest is a little bit weirder now that like the rush of people is over, but it's also like better because I can actually see this guy. Unconnected to war because, buddy. Oh, they made it so that you get dismounted around here. Good. They should have done that back in beta. Some of these flights, man. I mean, the good thing is the dragon riding makes them much faster than what they used to be. Like, imagine doing, like, regular flying with this. Like, how long it would take you to get here. It'd take you, like, a full-fledged 5-10 minutes. And imagine the original flying speed. The 60% flying speed. Dude, can you imagine if they did the original 60% flying speed? It'd be fucking hilarious. Get out of here, dude. Don't want to deal with your nonsense. Yep, I probably should. No, I'm not gonna switch to. Oh, excuse me. Oh, good, I got credit for that one this time. I had a weird bug on my DH where I didn't actually get credit for that like the way that I thought I was going to. Okay. Did I put? Oh, I didn't put the mountain in there. That's right, we gave her the... I love all the warlock gates going out. I won't play it on stream because this will get me kicked off the platforms essentially. But I've been listening to Gorilla's new album. It's quite good. I quite enjoy it. I've always been a big fan of Gorillaz though. Like, you know, they're just a big part of like my formative years. Like, that man is real. He just wants to hammer his post, create a nice little home, move on with his life. Doesn't need all this bullshit that's going on. I respect that. I'll have to double check on Windwalker and see if we're doing two-hand or dual wield. I've always been more partial to there she is. Dual wield is Windwalker. But I'm not upset about staves being part of the mix, you know. This song reminds me of a song that you'd find on like the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack. So that boom. on the bass on this track. It's kind of nice. That's not herbs that I can work with. Gotta take my acid reflux meds, and I am feeling it. Sorry if you're gonna be chewing there, but and take that acid reflux med. Yes. Because my chest is a little burning. No, we just murder hobo.
The Dark Horde is stuck reliving the Second War.
Alrighty then. Got nice and lucky to. Whoop. Oh, I didn't need another weapon rack. Fuck me. Alright. That's fine. We will figure that shit out. Fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's not fine, it's not fine, it's not fine, it's not fine. Alright, there should be one up this way, right? Here are people that need badges. Oh, there you go. I'm getting better at steering through that, though. The first time I was... Oh, it's 69 degrees outside. Insert your nice is here. I love how everyone engaged him and his health doubled. Oh, it's hysterical. It broke as he zealously smashed it over the head of an orc that didn't deserve it. Oh boy. Do some cleanup of my desk here.
Please, join me at the forge. I'll need your help with the shield.
There we go.
Light bless you, friend. The past will haunt you. I'll pull Duralion away from his duties. Not an easy feat by any means.
My friend,
It will give Eratol time to finish reforging his father's shield. He could use your assistance.
You know, everyone talks about the Argentina as like this cool place, and it is cool. It's also exclusive, which is weird. And we're gonna get any new herbs. Nope. So no point in going to check any potential crafting stuff. Apparently we can get a second spark this week. Oh, it would have been right there by it if I just... whatever. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Not gonna be mad about a small inefficiency that's been cost like 2 seconds. Might be the only time I play Feral Druid this expansion. Giga. Not true. I'll play it. It'll probably be, if I level my Druid, that'll be what I level my Druid as, honestly. Oh my god, I love my friends getting troll. It's hilarious.
What did the roots bring? Fear the dark.
Writes a new story this week, so I don't think I've done. I definitely haven't done this one. I don't think. Oh, this is the rare. Jesus. Okay. It's like, geez, no wonder why is health going down so slow. Be bolder. What the fuck do you mean be bolder?
Stay here and recover.
Come here, big boy.
Gather yourself. I'll staunch the bleeding. Now strike! My loyalties are my own. Your pain, my flame. My eyes on you. Stay here and recover.
Oh, that banshee willpower came in handy. Ooh, Fist of Fury is fucking trucking, dude.
I'll staunch the bleeding. Gather yourself.
Yeah, what sucks is I can't mount in here.
My eye found you. Let's talk. Stay here and recover.
I don't know if this actually does anything, but it just consumes the patches. So I hit that button for no reason. Then that's good to know.
I'll start the bleeding.
I call bullshit.
Your pain, my pleasure. I'll take that.
I wonder if it's that gleam that's going off on me. I'm not kicking it because, you know, who the fuck cares? Oh, that's what I gotta do. Okay. I'm smart, I promise.
My loyalties are my own. The pleasure is mine.
Thanks, Valir. We will talk to you later. When I do the next delve.
What wisdom you have, but don't let your mind nor your body wander. Hail from above. You're awake. Welcome to Hamara. I am not eternal. You're a stream. Come below when you are recovered.
Kinda don't want to give these rings up
Await.
until, like, item level 200.
Here in Hamara, you will see a rare glimpse of the Rutani and Fungarians at peace.
Is that weird time of year where it's like it's not hot enough, but it's not cool enough or anything? Neck piece, I'll take that. Of getting our herbalism knowledge. I'm gonna go turn off my AC real quick. Hang on. Doing all the little tasks no one else will do. Uh-huh.
Funny goddess. Cause I've got reserve.
see. Cheap it along here. Let's see. I need 3 more. 3 of these dudes. Oh, they're desynced. Oh, that's awful. God, I hate when that happens. And I just contributed to it, frankly. Kick you in the face. And punch you in the face. The attack is letting up as I look around and see everyone else. So bad. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh, hold on. Dude was standing on top of her, couldn't see her. I want that fungal strider. That's the first time I've actually seen it in game. I saw some photos of it, but we'll go ahead and turn that in. Oh, he's just above me. Not even close on the skill needed. Hardest one to get is Azaroth. King shovels, probably another herbalism treasure. I'll have to walk around and grab all these treasures on the other characters. Oh, he's down below? Oh. Budding barrel is not here.
I beg you, you know we're on the falls. The goddess was those who walk the rift without guidance, risk being forever lost. If you must go, you will need the shulker. How you
He
feel?
was a friend once. Before.
Yeah, it just didn't spawn in. Alright, whatever. It's fine. It's just an inscription treasure, right? Seven more knowledge for...
After all this time, you return and seek entry into the rift. You have not changed at all, Rowena. You've learned. If you insist on doing this, then you need to protect your mind and spirit with the undust. Find me once you are prepared. And Rowena, be careful.
Primal Argent Leaf is good. Oh, I guess I need to kill these guys for the alm dust. Toad. Oh, he jumped and like went right back down so that he could heal it. I was like, I thought he was like, I swore I saw consecration go down, which means he does not have heroic leap. It was not mop remix. Oh, okay. Just like, wait a second. I thought I only had 4 out of the 6, or 5 out of the 6 helpers done.
But only as a whisper. How do the Shuka endure this emptiness?
Sorry, I've got to go get this special plant. But I can't land on a giant ash tree root, apparently. Hi, little snail. Don't know how you ended up there, but you did. Bitch. We've only been live 3 hours. Feels like I've been live longer than that. To be honest. I didn't get there fast enough. See if we can get a big number off of this. We're at 45. Then we jump to 78. Hell yeah, brother. That's why it's worth. It's the entrance. Yeah, let's change it up for the last hour. Actually, we'll do this one. Much better. Much more my speed. I need to see if they fix the favorite mount thing to where I can just not have any favorite mounts and it'll... Thought I was getting a, thought I missed a call. I didn't. Did get a reply back on the text message I sent, so that's good. remember the very first time they implemented this quest, the bombing quest in Hellfire Citadel, and it was either royally hated or royally loved. I was on the side that loved it. I've always loved these types of quests just because I always think they're very different and very interesting for a game that doesn't do different and interesting in its questing a lot. Oh, I missed. Nope, got it. Cool. Got credit. So, like, those types of quests, like those bombing run style quests, I've always liked them. Oh, seed. Do I have any seeds? I do. I have 3 seeds. Oh, just have spinners. Ah, fuck. Okay, whatever. Just touch a death it, move on. My head bagget's going crazy right now. This is where I wish I had my 2D model. Okay. Turning these in will get me another bar or so. Off to the den we go. We heading back to Everson. Boom, bop. Probably doing this in the cheapest way possible. Yeah, okay, didn't want to pull that, but here we are. I'm gonna check next time if rushing wind kick gives me it used to say world quest that gives me, yeah, it gives me an item, so I'm not gonna do these routes. As soon as I do the routes, the quest is over and I gain the thing, so you know, I'll kill the guys because I have to kill the guys for the Okay, so rushing wind kick does give me the extra vivify. That's okay. I hadn't thought about it until just now. Back to him because he'll respawn hopefully by the time. Other characters, I was able to just tap them, or Newell tapped it for me when we did the when we leveled together on that, and I'm not evoker. I just was able to take care of it. possible I hit 89 before. Let's see, I need like 75,000 experience. There's a chance I hit 989 before this zone story is over. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. Oh, I timed that at the worst possible time. Oh well. Dude, I love me some good violin pieces. Holy crap. Bitch was too slow. Already got these guys. Okay. That's some bullshit. Alright. Let's can get this thing, and now to wrap up our 3%. Alright. As predicted. Hit 89 off of that. Alright. Off we fly to Zulaman. Turn these two in. That'll be another 160,000. Probably closer to 180,000 with the boosts and stuff. So that'll put me About halfway, potentially. Still haven't found the trolley gummy pop, that World of Warcraft things. Oh. Um. I was debating if I should. No, no, I'm gonna burn the hearth. I'm gonna burn the hearth. It'll be fine. I don't know the answer to that question, actually. Fuck, I'm gonna have to find out. Shit, okay. I don't think I did the other one. And not in Harandar. I need to do the other one. Son of a bitch. Okay. I always forget that you keep your mount going through that frickin'.
Catalog every newcomer. I want to know secrets among these latest arrivals.
Yeah, I didn't do the other one in Arendar. Between killing stuff and then turning it in, it's 85. That might be enough, actually. This is actually one of my favorite delves, believe it or not. I love this thing because it's kind of silly. Like, this delve feels like it's right out of a thing out of, like, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Around here so we can kill... Get the rare. Dude, this delve, seriously my favorite. No fucking running around. You just get into this arena, fucking fight your face off. Complete delve. Like, that is the fucking best in my opinion. Oh boy. Okay, this guy. I've faced him before. Ooh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be real close. Pick a few herbs if we don't. I'm 1,000 short. Alright, let's there we go. Alright, I will do the weekly stuff on this probably offline, right at my 4 hours that I like to do, so... But it's now 3 characters at level 90, and that is the last character that I'm leveling, because god... I mean, that wasn't as bad, but holy shit, it was still shitty. So I'm off tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be doing the weekly push on the Demon Hunter, mostly. And grabbing any zeros that I can with any group that I'm playing with or whatever. And I gotta go grab the Pandaren Heritage Armor still on this character, but I'll do that stuff a little bit offline here, just because, like I said, I'm at the 4 hours that I'm at. I'm actually getting hungry, so I'm gonna eat the salad that I bought for lunch today, and gonna enjoy that. And then I bought some Ben and Jerry's for dessert because I spoiled myself a little bit today. Because damn it, I deserve it. Where's Lady Leandrin at? Over there. Okay. Now that that's done, I can swap over to Celerity. I'll do it later. But I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna raid out tonight. I'm just gonna chill out right here. I appreciate everyone for hanging out. My dungeon guide series starts releasing tomorrow, with my Sara Caverns being the first dungeon. So if you're looking for some Mythic Plus guides, there'll be a whole playlist that I've already set up that'll release over the next 8 days. So you can definitely support that. Share that anywhere that you can. I'll be promoting it obviously in my Discord channel, Exclamation Point Discord, if you want to join that. I would love to see if I can talk with some people to promote my guides as other possible options in other places, like maybe in the dojo or something like that, but I'll have to reach out to some folks for that. But, you know, if you're looking for that type of stuff, that's coming out from me over the next 8 days, and I'd appreciate it if you could share that video out as much as humanly possible. So, hope you guys have a wonderful evening, and I will see you